Right, hello there. Sorry, a few technical difficulties trying to find all the right buttons. Let's get rid of that UI for a second. Hello. So, Dread Mechanic back here. Hope everybody can see me and hear me properly. I need to get rid of him. Goodbye, see you later. There we go, right. So, hello people in the chat. Hello Letnair, hello Pit Viper 22. How are you guys doing? So, VS2.2 is finally out and upon us, and we can all have a tinker around with it and the new mechanics it brings to the game. So, I have been tinkering around with a ship idea that I've been working on for a while now, on and off, pretty much since Space Engineers 2 first came out and I first got my hands on it. And that is my Elite Dangerous Mamba build, which I used for one of my preview videos for 2.2. It's still got a little bit of work needed doing, which is what I'd like to try and get some of done today on this stream. And yeah, I've pretty much just been trying to replicate the Mamba from Elite Dangerous to the best of my ability, and with what blocks and what shapes and things we've got in the game to help us achieve that. And it's actually quite big at the moment. It is quite large. It currently won't land on any space stations that I've found. It's too big for any of them, even though it does have a connector on the bottom. I've not been able to find anything large enough for me to dock it at. But yeah, so what should we do? Tinker around with a few of the things first. So where is my spectator camera? It is all the way over there. So, some of the things that I've got going on with this build at the moment is we've got a front door here, and we've obviously got the new toolbar actions. Oh, hello, Leroy. Hi, Dread. Hope your day is going good so far. Yeah, I mean, it's quite late where I am, so my day is coming to a close, but it's been alright. Yeah, the main entrance door there. Now we've got some basic... Oh, give me a second. Yeah, okay. So we've only got basic toolbar actions at the moment. So I've got some open and close actions for the front door. But now because we have pistons, we also have retracting ramp for the front of the ship. And I've tried my best to get it in line, I think, with where the landing feet are. It might be a block too high still, or half a block too high, but it has got a basic retractable landing ramp and a way of getting in and out of the ship, which is quite good. I'm quite enjoying that. Ooh, that's me moving the ship around. And then, again, because we've got access to pistons now, I have set up... There's a good angle. That'll do. I have set up some doors on the front, which again I have to use individual toolbar actions for. I can't do groups at the moment, but we can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, and then have some guns pop out. And if we switch to the next page, we can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, do the same, and have some more guns pop out. And if we move to the back over here, still pretty early days and still pretty basic, but we've got a custom little door that opens, and another Gatling turret that pops out. There does still seem to be a few bugs with these toolbar actions though at the moment. In between loading, it seems to forget toolbar actions, certain toolbar actions, like for instance the Gatling turret control. Again, turret. Where was it? That one there. So that. Gatling turret rotor. Put that there. Reset the control again. And then it'll work again. But yeah, still a few little bugs and kinks to be worked out. But then again, there's still a lot of work left to be done on the game in general. So I'm not too bothered about it right now. Honestly, the rotors need a lot more work before they're that practical anyway, so I'm thinking that might be one of the things I change on this build and just take that rotor out for now until we get to a point where rotors are actually a bit more functional. Because one of the things we can do is, even though we've got all of those weapons mounted to subgrids, that is another one of the things that's a little bit buggy. Things assigned to subgrids seem to be a little bit buggy between exiting and reloading saves. So if I select a Gatling gun from here, grab one of the turret ones, pop that on there, select control, hit number 6, and now fire all of them at once. So I don't know whether that's a bug or intended behaviour, but if you select to control one gun on your toolbar, you will select all weapons on the whole build. But it does mean I can fire all the weapons at once, which is quite good. What's that, Ledner? That, and we have to try and shrink the build somewhat. It's quite big for a Mamba. To be honest, it's only slightly bigger than it should be. The real life Mamba, the official stats for the Mamba, according to the Elite Dangerous lore, is it's about 70 meters long, something like 72 and a bit or something. I think this is slightly longer than that. Go from there. Oh, you're gonna let me place that block, please, so I can do the thing? Oh, I'm in a fucking safe zone. I can't do building inside the safe zone. I have to move out of it. So we'll get in there, and we will get out of the way. We will also go back into proper camera view. But yeah, to be honest, it is only slightly larger than what the actual Mamba is. Because people are often under the misconception that the ships in Elite Dangerous are quite small because of things like X-Wings and TIE Fighters and all these small ships that you see in other sci-fi media, but the ships in Elite Dangerous are huge. The actual Mamba in Elite Dangerous is about 70 meters long, which is quite big. And this one, I think it's about 100 meters long or something. But I'd started the build by doing the cockpit, and then started building from there. How long are we? Where is it? 70. Yeah, it's about 100 meters long, so it's maybe 30% at the most larger than it should be. But I built the cockpit first, and I tried to get that as close to scale as I could using the blocks that we've got at the moment, and pretty much scaled all the rest of it based off that cockpit. So the cockpit probably could do with being a little bit smaller, but it is what it is. Anyway, the next major issue is the PCU count for it. It is currently 223,000 PCU. So it is it's taking up quite a bit of the PCU limit. Yeah, and this is all based on what you've got right now. Yeah, exactly. Like, when I started building this originally, I just started building it out of the little 50cm blocks, because I wasn't sure what the scale was going to end up like, and what all the detailing was going to end up like. So it is made out of thousands of little tiny detail blocks. One of the things I want to try and do this evening is, we'll wait for the game to finish copying and pasting. One of the things I want to do this evening is try and replace some sections of the armour, where it's just like big flat areas, with the larger sizes of blocks to try and bring that PCU limit down. Yeah, because right now the game is calculating really hard to copy this grid, because it's got... Oh, and the game crashed altogether. Fantastic. Yeah. Well, that was good. Right, well, we'll restart that. That was a good start. So yeah, I was going to try and copy and paste, at least copy the grid so you could see just how many small grid blocks are in there, but apparently the game didn't like having two copies of it in the same save file. Come on, SE2. Get yourself together so we can restart. Come on. Thank you. Alright, well, we'll start that again. And there we go. Oh, hello, ex-Frankie Slow. How are you doing? Right, so yeah, there's a whole bunch of armour and bits that I want to replace, because, like I said, it's made up of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tiny little blocks, and the PCU limits, the PCU count for it is racked up quite a bit. Managed to shave off about 5,000 PCU from it over the last day, just replacing some sections of the small blocks with just chunks of the larger half block sections. So yeah, we'll have a little dig into that. Should still have creative tools on, because I've just been messing around with this with the creative mode for building, and switching off when I actually want to test it to see how it works. Because creative mode in... where are we? Survival. Yeah, creative tools are on. Because yeah, creative mode in SE2 suffers from the same problem that creative mode in SE1 does. All power sources and fuel sources just operate at maximum 100% capacity at all times. So when you're flying around, everything looks good, everything's full. It's You can see there it's burning at like 32% power when I use the thrusters, 46 if I push up and forwards at the same time. Whereas if I turn creative off, it's dropped a little bit. Dropped a little bit. That might be because I put fuel in the reactors. Because when I took it out of creative mode the first time, I forgot there was no fuel in the reactors. But yeah, I'm gonna flick creative mode back on again. And we are gonna look at some of the bits that need replacing and some of the things that need doing. Yeah, so for example, if I take that out there, you can see that that is a big row of those large half blocks, but where all the detailed bits are, it changes to these smaller ones, and I want to take something out like this whole section here. I could easily swap that out for the larger blocks and chop out a whole bunch of PCU. Also had to redo some of the conveyor network because it only just occurred to me that each one of these sections is worth 60 PCU. That is quite a lot. And after redoing some of the conveyor routes in here, it got a lot better, a lot more quickly. Right, so what else can we take out of here? That is there, that is sitting flush with that. No, it's not. Of course it's not. What we will do though, have I got mirror mode on? Yes, I have. Cool. Okay. That was a half block. Oh no, that was just a regular block. That might be slightly problematic. Right, what we'll do is we will pad that out with half blocks and then replace what we can down this section. That's all still connected, isn't it? Yeah, that's still connected. Cool. Yeah, because it's real easy to get carried away, going mad, Gribbling with the all the little blocks, but that PCU count racks up real quickly if you're not careful. Because I was going to do a stream with this ship and the little base I built with all the mechanical blocks for my other preview. Got some damage from the guns, I think. I was going to spawn all that stuff into one world, basically, but there isn't enough room for that base and this ship in the same save file, apparently, so I thought this one would be more interesting to play with. Yeah, that's more damage from accidentally firing the guns while they're retracted. Oh, I can't wait for event controllers, so that I can turn stuff off when it gets retracted. Right, that's that. What's that? Yeah, nothing wrong with a good old Gribbling, but yeah, got to bring that PC down so you can add more details. Yeah, well, it was just, like I said, it was just a case of when I was building it originally, I wasn't sure what scale or what size everything would end up. And then by the time I was happy with the design of it, it was 200,000 PCU, and I thought, oh, that's a bit too much. There's lots of big flat surfaces on that I can replace with larger blocks, because that is 1 PCU. That block by itself is 1 PCU. And so is that. That is also 1 PCU. And you can fit... Where are we? Just... Oh, on a separate grid. Yeah. you can fit 25 blocks into the space that you can fit one, so that ends up being 25 PCU versus 1 PCU. Yeah, little tip there. If you're building a big detailed ship out of small blocks, you end up with huge flat surfaces. Try and replace what you can with the larger blocks. It might, the weight conversions, it might end up adding a bit more weight in the long run, but it will save you on PCU limit. What else did we need to do? There's other bits, I'm sure. Oh, let's just go through that door here. Yeah, because I'm sure there's all sorts of other sections where I can replace some of the larger chunks of armour. That one's already been done. That bit there's been done. That, oh, I can definitely get some more across here, can't I? Yeah, we can definitely get more across there. That's now flush with that. 1, 2, 4, 5, I think. What's under that? That bit there. Yeah, we can easily do that. We might be able to do the next row as well. Yeah, actually. What's behind this door? Or this block? Behind that block is not an awful lot. I take that section out. Find the right block. Oh, it's doing weird stuff, that's why. Yeah, I could replace that, and I could potentially do that all the way down, I think. Yeah, I should be able to do that all the way down. Well, most of the way. Right, let's get rid of... In fact, quick test. I'm going to make a blueprint of it at the moment. It is 229,600 PCU. At the moment, that has already come down another 200 since I started the stream. So let's take out all of this panel here and replace it with the larger blocks. Yeah, because that's just one big flat piece. It's not doing an awful lot. Ah, hello. What are you doing in there, little half block? Why is the game being weird about me aiming at those half blocks? Oh. Oh, right. I can't cut them out. They're part of... Oh dear, right, I see. I've smegged up that bit. So, right, I can't cut that deep there. Bring that back a bit then. Otherwise, I'm taking out... Oh, damn, I've done it that side. You fool. If I take them out, I can't get that any further across because that damn connector for the thruster. Damn it. You know what? We'll just Gribbling the inside of that, I think. We'll just do something different in there. Oh, come on, space engineers, find the angle. There we go. Yeah, we'll just do something slightly different. Where were we? We were... Can we go flush with that? Yeah, that needs to come out. Yeah, because we were going to do that, weren't we? Or were we going to get a bit closer? Yeah, that's not too bad. We'll have to do something different there, though. What could we do? What could we do? We could... They're only 5 PCU, whereas if I fill that with the small detail blocks, it will take up loads. What's that? May use the spectator cam. Yeah, to be honest, I probably should get spectator cam involved. Although spectator cam still needs a bit of work compared to what it's like in Space Engineers 1. Next we could do... Ooh, game lagging because it's saving. We'll do something a little bit different there. Put them in there. Yeah, I might just go with that for now. That seems to be alright. Right, let's cut that back a little bit more. Then, you know what, we'll also just cut all of that off up to there. And pull that out. Make sure everything looks okay and looks the same over here. Mostly. That's a thing. I won't be able to do that section because I want a catwalk through there. That roof gets... Actually, no, that doesn't need to be a catwalk section, that's just me going mad with internals. That can just be like that. Don't really care that much. The focus is trying to bring the PCU down. I think I need to get rid of one more. I don't know, that's actually fine where it was, I think. 1, 2. Might go further if I take out a few more of these blocks. Where are we? We're not there. Let's... Got a few more of them. Yeah, we can get another one. Another one of them in there comfortably. That's not too bad, although there is a weird little hole in the armour that I'm not too fond of there, so I'll just fill that in with a little bit. I'll look, make sure it all looks the same on the other side. Yeah, it all looks good. Right, what's that done for the PCU? 22922. Yeah, back. Yes, I know, I don't want to actually blueprint it right now. Yeah, so that's taken out another couple hundred PCU. That's not too bad. Oop, get in the hole. There we go. Yeah, the ship does also have a gravity generator on it as well. Right, we can't really replace much more going forward that way. On that bit there. I could maybe get another panel in here. Where's that? That is there, isn't it? Yeah, I can get like one lump and that's about it. I don't know it. Well, I suppose it's worth it a little bit. Let's take out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's the right size. Over that squared. Put that in. I'd really like a quarter, like, how I'd call it, a quarter block or half block. A half of this, basically 2 cubes stuck together, is what I'd like. Would be quite nice. To be honest, I kind of think there should be like an interim sort of block size between that and that. Because that's 5 by 5. That's 1 by 1. I think there should be 3 by 3 size blocks as well. That's just me. That's my opinion on the matter. Because yeah, the jump from small blocks, the jump from detail blocks to the 50cm ones isn't that much, but the jump from the small blocks to the large ones is huge. There's a vast difference in size. Right, so yeah, this big flat edge here. That is, how big is that compared to one of them? So I wouldn't be able to do 2 of them across without messing up the paint job. But I probably could put one right in the middle and cut out a bit more PCU that way. Oh, and I think I could take out a section of the black bit as well, and replace that. Because again, that's not quite wide enough to do 2, but I could do 1 right in the middle and grab some PCU back that way as well. So yeah, let's actually do another blueprint of it, just in case we cock it all up. And we can also keep a count on those PCU values and watch them go down bit by bit. Because yeah, it was 229,800, then it was 229,600. So we've ditched about 700 PCU by just swapping some blocks around. So how wide is this in terms of blocks? 1, 2. You know what, I'll just cut stuff out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If I do that and that. This section back here. Will I still be clear of those thrusters that I've built? I hope so. Oh. Let's swap that for that. That out, swap that over for that, and then in theory I can put that in its place. It looks exactly the same, but it has hopefully dropped in PCU value again. $229.86. Yeah, that's chopped out another little chunk. That's quite good. Cool. Now I think I can do the same on this corner here. That's the way I've painted it. I think it's about the same size as this corner. I'll take that out. Yeah, beautiful. There we go. We might actually be able to do a fair chunk of this side. I might have to change some of the painting a bit. But, oh, in fact, that little bit will be able to stay at the bottom, because probably not going to have the room to do 2 rows. Oh, actually, what's that like? Oh no, that will end up getting chopped out. It's only a little bit of paint, I'm not too fussed really. Let's chop out a bit more of that. Oh, hello Pluto players. Damn, nice job so far by the way. Looks great. I just got a long session of building random ships from scratch. VS2.2 is genuinely amazing. Oh yeah man, thank you very much. Yeah, 2.2 has been pretty good so far. I'd like it if the mechanical blocks were a bit more functional to the point where I could do some more interesting mechanical things, but with it being still not even a beta game technically, I wasn't expecting too much functionality from them, but all the little quality of life changes they've made are quite nice. I need to swap colours. That can go. So yeah, that could go there. Oh yeah, that is going to be an issue. I'm not going to have the room to get you in there with that thruster pod in the way, am I? Actually, that angle should be alright. Helps if you don't put the wrong block in the way. Yeah, because that can go there, and I can do probably most of this. Oh no, actually I won't be able to go any further than that really, because I need all this space for those thrusters. Forgot about that. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, let's go with that then. What's that? Pluto players agreed. Also, I'm not a fan of not being able to control group interactions with the toolbar. Just turn off all my thrusters. I need to have a single slot. Yeah, the group stuff is quite limited at the moment. It is a bit annoying. Yeah, it's not really working as intended at the moment, I think. To be honest, I think the group system we've got at the moment is more of an experiment in trying out a new way than anything else. It's got its pros, it's got its cons, with the way it's set up at the moment. Now, we can't really change much more of that back there. Oh yeah, we didn't do that, did we? Right, we'll change that use as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's gonna do one side or the other, yeah. Oh, hello, Space Osha, how you doing? You wish you could build good-looking ships. To be honest, so do I. I'm cheating, I'm copying someone else's ship design. And just trying to replicate it. I'm not that good of a ship builder myself. I'm alright at replicating other people's work and figuring out how to make it in Space Engineers. Why is that taking damage again? Gotta be careful with them guns. There's no way to turn them off when they're not deployed. Mine have had a habit of shooting through bits of my ship. And I've not been paying attention. Right, I should be able to slot that into there on either side. Lovely. What's that? Pluto plays. Same. I mean, I can build good-looking ones, but sometimes I get a sort of burnout-ish thing where I can't be creative. Yeah, to be honest, I'm better with some kind of reference. It's hard to come up with something like truly unique just from your own mind. You have to be a really creative person for that kind of thing. Whereas there's no harm in having a little bit of inspiration for stuff. Give you a better idea of what you want to build. But sometimes you might have an idea, but don't quite know how to visualize it. And if you build something similar to it, throw out some other ideas, you might figure some stuff out. Right, now one of the other things I want to change is I want to change these pistons these guns are mounted on, because they're a little bit too low. I try to have them nice and flush with the body armour, but all that happens is when I am pitching up quickly, the bullets just shoot through the top layer of that armour there, so I need to bump these pistons up a bit. What's that, Pluto? Could it have just been the good old SE2 damage glitch? Remember there being a pasting glitch, making a ship take damage in random places? I've not had it since VS2 though. No, I think it's the I think it's an issue with the direct control. I think occasionally, when I jump in and out of my ship, it is leaving the mouse control settings on the guns, and when they've been dismounted, I've accidentally clicked the left click and fired bullets through my own hull, because all the damage seems to be localized to places directly in front of all of these guns. Like I've come into my game a few times and there's been damage here, and there's been damage here, which is directly in line with that gun, and the same here and under here. So I think it's my guns accidentally firing occasionally when I've not been paying attention and accidentally pressed the left click while the weapons are stowed away. What's that? It's fine to have systems exposed. In the end, there is never a wrong or right, or a good or bad. Just your own style. Yeah, build whatever you like. That's what I do anyway. Just build whatever I like. Regardless of how silly an idea might be considered. Right, so yeah, I want to move those pistons up a block. Means I need to delete these guns temporarily and replace them later on. So I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna go through that door. No, what the hell happened there? Oh, the game was saving, that's why. Right, aim at the piston, please, thank you. I'm going to take that out. We've taken that one out, that's fine. We'll get rid of that. See, I wanted to bump that up a block. What's that, Space Osha? You're not happy with them because you suck at putting armor on them. And they get too heavy or need a lot more work. Yeah, I mean, it's all just practice, really. The more you build, the more you'll figure things out, and then the more you'll know what kind of stuff does and doesn't work in whatever kind of combinations. It's like with the robot building I do. It's taken me a long time to get to the point with mech building that I'm in SE1 now, just through years and years of experimenting and trying out different ideas and seeing what works and seeing what makes the game very unhappy. Yeah, we'll have that a block higher. Dum 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 dum. I need to get the guns back on here. Where are the guns? Gatling guns. Let's get my fat head out of the way. Oh, there we go. I've got one gun over there. One gun over there. Look at those pistons, right. Let's copy. It'll let me, there we go, eventually. Oh, hang on, which one's which? Well, it's not that one. Copy those settings. There we go, that's the right one then. We're on the front left side, aren't we? Yes, we are. Sweet. Right, that block, yeah, that is now a block higher. That's a little bit better clearance. That one's only like half a block. Yeah, is what it is. Do. Where are those blocks gone? There they are. What's that then there? When adding armour, take your thrust and add 50% more so the armour will not drag you down. Yeah, that's probably some good advice. Hang on, let's go back over here for a second. That'll be Gatling piston front right. Gatling cannon 2 meters apparently. Right, so that's definitely the right one I'm looking at. Fantastic, so that's front left. Gatling. There's another one on here somewhere. Ah, there it is. That'll be front right. Let's name that grid, and let's name that grid. Yeah, so the new This new grouping system they've got, there are things about it I do like, but there's things about it I don't like. Because obviously you can name all of your groups and you can collapse all of these things to shrink everything down and make it a bit tidier. Only problem is, when you exit, go back in, everything is automatically expanded again, which doesn't help. It's a bit of a nuisance having to close everything down a bit. It is nice being able to group things like that. The only other problem is, with a system like this, you can't have the same block in multiple different groups at the moment, which is a bit annoying. And you also can't add things into a pre-existing group. So when I redo these Gatling guns, I'm going to have to, if I want to keep it set up this way, have to redo this entire weapon systems group and start it all again from scratch, which is a bit of a pain. Same with some of the thrusters I've done. Every time I've built a new thruster, I've had to completely rebuild these thruster groups from scratch. As we can see here, there's a whole bunch of hydrogen thrusters I've replaced that all need adding into this group, but you can't, unfortunately, do that at the moment. I can only collapse that group and rebuild it again from scratch. I can't add new things in at the moment. Oh, Pluto Plays, thank you for subscribing. Cheers, man. Or cheers for following. Yeah, so that's a bit of a nuisance at the moment with this grouping system. I'm of two minds about it. So yeah, I'd have to undo all of that and undo all of that. You know, I might just create a whole separate group for the thrusters and do it that way. Because you can, I like that you can make subgroups within the groups that you make. Like for instance, if I grab all of the thrusters, why is that one switched off? Oh, it's powered on apparently. Oh, is that damaged? Where's that? Is that a damaged thruster? One of them, it's one of them, it's not of them, they're all lit. Not that, it's not that, it's not that. Not that. It's none of them. One of them. What I can tell. It was a 0.5 meter one, though, wasn't it? Quite small. Sod it. We'll figure that out later. What's that? Right, you're right here. If I see this stream up again, though, make sure to join. Cheers, Pluto Players. I stream regularly throughout the week, so you'll most certainly see me again at some point. But yeah, thanks for dropping by, dude. Bum 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 bum. Thrusters. Oh yeah, they're all still part of that, aren't they? Yeah, so this new group system's got its pros and its cons. Not fond of all of it though. Or some of the ways it works at the moment, especially the not being able to retroactively adjust groups. Because if I undo all of them, then I just select all of the thrusters, group them together. I can then take all the ions, group them together. And take all of the hydrogens. And group them together, which I do quite like that feature. Then I can name that group thrusters. Then I can have ion thrusters. There's one group. Hydrogen thrusters is the other group. And that is quite convenient, but yeah, some of the other limitations. Not quite sure how that's going to work in the long run. I think there might have to be some revisions made to the grouping system. Might do something. I might do something like that instead on the back of these guns. I can't wait until we get some more interesting looking blocks to play with, so we can add more random details than just using armor blocks all the time. Where is that? That's there. Do something like that. Yeah, I also can't wait to see what other weapon types we get. I really do hope. I really hope we get the same sort of weapons we've got in SE1. I also hope that we get something a little bit different, maybe. Or some extra things. I really hope we get armor plates as well at some point, because I'd like to do Gribbling around weapons and things, but that's a bit thick sometimes. There's a bit of a tight squeeze through the tiny doorways, so I'd really like some armor plates at some stage. Yeah, 'cause that's sticking out 25 centimeters from there. I think that one's sticking out the full 50 on this side, isn't it? Yeah, that side's the full 50. That's still a bit close, so you know what, we might replace these guns as well and set them half a block higher. Everything's kind of got a uniform kind of design to it, so what I can do is I can get half one of them, pop that in there, go back to my pistons, get myself in the hole again. There we go, wonderful. Game saving. Then we can have that over there, and we could have that back over there. Right, which piston is which? Because without build vision, it's difficult to tell. What was I doing? Pistons first before I figure out which Gatling gun is which. Oh, well, that's that one. Let's copy that name. That's that one. Mid left. And that gets to be mid right. Cool. They're all sticking up now. Sweet. So if I fire the gun, it's not going to cause any problems. Gatling cannon. Well, that's you, isn't it? Yeah, that's you. Gatling cannon, mid left, 0-1. Where is the other one? It is that one. There we go. Mid right. So we need to redo the whole control system for the Gatling guns realistically. Oh yeah, that was also something I wanted to do. I wanted to actually get rid of that rotor for now, because it's I can't really use it properly at the moment. I'm thinking of ditching the rotor. Replacing it with just blocks instead. Yeah, I did originally try building this with the large rotor in here, but there's just not enough room to get everything in. The large rotor is actually just too big. So it looks like a bit of a weird robotic plant with a strange stalk. You know, I might leave the rotor for now. Let's set up, or reset up, those guns. And again, we've got block recovery. Does that do anything? Yeah. Oh yeah, so I've not really tested out the automatic block recovery yet, but yeah, those commands are still there. So I've replaced those pistons with totally new ones. I've renamed them to what they were before, and the controls for them have magically been transferred over. Cool, I thought I was going to have to reprogram all of them. Awesome. That's those two. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10, or 0 rather, to close them up. 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Makes everything pop up. Ah, now changing guns, that has broken that control, but that fire control for the Gatling guns has been a little bit iffy from the start anyway. So that doesn't surprise me. If I put that back on there and then reselect it. Some of the graphics are working. Some of them are not. The right hand side is working. Is that a graphical bug? Presume so. I'm guessing that's just a graphical bug. Quick reload will probably solve that, I would hope. Let's do a save and a reload. Let's see if that fixes the graphical bug, or whether it's my guns aren't working kind of thing. Yeah, I'll do a little reload. So yeah, obviously Space Engineers 2 is still in alpha state, so still got its issues with bugs. But it has been optimised a lot better with this recent update. I've noticed it loads and exits the game a lot faster now. He says while waiting for it to load. Oh, there we go. Now, do I need to reset up that control again? Yeah, I do. Yeah, it seems that the direct control for the Gatlings has a bit of a bug between saving and quitting, or quitting and reloading, which is a bit annoying. Hang on. Put that back to control. Yeah, everything's working again. It's just a bit of a visual bug. That plinking noise, that's making me think that some of those bullets are hitting my armour. Yeah, I think that is a bit of a problem though. When I pitch up whilst firing, I think some of those bullets are going through my own hull. Let's go and have a little nosy. Yeah, that seems to be alright. What's the area well to say? Oh, that doesn't. That just says completed blocks, that's not much help. Looks alright at the moment. About that edge up here where those bullets were going. Yeah, I think we could probably do with some kind of weapon damage control, so you can't shoot the crap out of your own ship and your own subgrids. What else are we going to do? Oh yeah, we need to put some detail on the back of that. Was one of those thrusters still damaged? Oh, there was a hydrogen. Why is that in there with the tanks? Ah, there we go. Hydrogen, 0.5 meter, red. there a damaged thruster somewhere? And there's another one there. Where are they? Are they half meters? They're these size, aren't they? They're all fine. They're all fine. They're all lit. They're all fine. Can't see any damage around here. Nope, they're all fine. They're all fine. There aren't any of the there aren't any of the half meters, I don't think. Interesting. Lock is not having enough resources. Oh, is it not plugged in, maybe? Why got... If I've got two thrusters that aren't plugged in... Hang on, everything... Oh, wait. I've got creative mode on. Let's turn creative mode back off again. Then one of those thrusters should cut out. In theory, if it's not connected up. One of them. One of them. One of them. There's one of them. They're all lit. They're all lit. They're all lit up. They're all lit up. But it says something's not connected. I've literally checked them all. Okay, whatever. I don't care. It says it's working, it says it's working. If it says it's not, it says it's not. That is the wrong thing, and I am turning creative mode back on. There we go. Doopy-doopy-doopy-doo-doo. Oh yeah, I should probably also mention. To celebrate the launch of Space Engineers VS2.2 update, Keen have given me 3 Steam keys to give away for Space Engineers 2. So if you would like the opportunity to win one of those keys, join my Discord. There is a pinned comment at the top of the chat. Join the Discord, and then once I have verified you joining, because I like to do everyone individually, because I've had a bit of an issue with bots trying to join my Discord, trying to flog AI stuff. Once you're in the Discord group, you can then go to the competition post and follow the instructions, and then on Friday I will be picking some winners at random. I have no idea where these disconnected thrusters are. I'm beginning to think that the control panel is lying to me. Where are all my little thrusters? Yeah, they're all lighting up when I go backwards. They're all lighting up when we go down. And that is it for the half meters. They're only really on the front and the back. No idea. You know what, let's cheat and get the sun back over here so I can see what I'm doing. There we go. Ah, that old chestnut. Yeah, I'm hoping they eventually implement an entering and exiting seats system that is similar to SE1, whereas in you get out of the seat in the same place that you got into the seat, or thereabouts. Because sometimes you do get out in random places. It seems to work some of the time, but there are times where it randomly spawns me, like over there in the wrong part of the cockpit. Seems to be working okay now, actually. Maybe I'm talking nonsense. Right, what else can we do with this ship? Because it currently weighs 2.1 million kilos. That's the other issue with this ship. It is big and heavy. Takes a little bit of a while to slow down once it's gotten going. Dum, 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 dum. I do need to test it in a planetary gravity again at some point. That damage, or is that just the paint? No, it's just the paint. Yeah, that all looks good, that all looks good. Right. Spectator cam's miles away. Now, there isn't really many other sections of that armour that I can cut out. Everything else is weird curves and details. What about that edge there? How deep is that? Oh, I don't think that'll be... not big enough, is it? Ah, hang on, wrong button. Actually, I might be able to get away with taking some of that out down there. Oh, hey Arkwell, how are you doing, man? Yeah, actually, I might be able to get away with replacing some of that side of that face. But stopping before I get to this bit here. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Still trying to find other ways to cut out some PCU. So what if I cut that all the way back to there? Right, before we start doing that, let's do another blueprint, just in case we smeg things up. Yeah, so I've managed to, so far, I've managed to ditch only about 700 PCU, but it's better than nothing. It'll bring the loading time down a bit. What's that, I feel? Enjoying the update? Yeah, man. I am indeed enjoying the update. I like that it's made the weapons usable. I like that it's refined the production line a little bit more, even though I'm playing with creative tools at the moment. And I really like the area welder. That is one of my favourite new toys. That area welder is pretty good. Right, so I cut that far back. Yeah, I'm going to replace that with the larger armor blocks going back there. Make myself another bit of PCU, so we stick that there. And if we do, then we'll do that. There we go. If I paint it the right colour, that would be helpful. Yeah, if I put that there, I can take that all the way across to there. And how far is it until I can't cut any more out? Oh, wow, impressed I managed to squeeze through that hole. I could do... I actually might be able to do 2 more of them. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oop, that was the wrong thing. But yeah, I'm enjoying the update, and like I was saying before, I've got a few Steam keys to give away if anybody is interested. Go and join my Discord, and then once I have once I've sorted out your entry into the Discord, you can then go and follow the competition post, and that'll tell you what you need to do to enter the competition. Right, much further back can we go there? I don't think we can go any further than that, because we are almost at that little tail fin. Yeah, Archiville, I hadn't thought about PCU optimization either until I started getting to a point where I thought, you know what, this thing might be ready to publish. And I blueprinted it, and it was nearly 250,000 PCU. So it is still over half the PCU limit of the game at the moment. So yeah, it's taken up quite a bit of space. And it has crashed my game already once on stream tonight, trying to put and paste 2 of them into the same game. Or even just having one and trying to paste in another blueprint. I think because it's so big, it doesn't like even having the blueprint in the same world. So I'm currently going over the armor panel sections and looking for bits, looking for big flat edges that I can replace with the larger block. Because yeah, these little half-meter blocks add up very quickly. In fact, we might be able to do this edge as well. What's that like? I think that matches up. If I take out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Two, 3. Ah, damn. Gyro's in the way there. So, not there. Maybe not there either. Let's put that back. Well, then again, actually, no, that gyro's huge. Maybe we swap over to smaller gyroscopes. Yeah, because I started building this when SE2 kind of, well, when I first got SE2. When the conveyor system still didn't really do much, and it was creative only. So it's still got a few things from creative only, like having the gigantic gyroscopes. I think I could probably do with actually just swapping them. But some of the smaller ones instead. I mean, does provide a lot of power, a lot of gyro power, but it is bloody huge. Although the PCU limit for the 3 of them is the same, which is annoying. Smaller ones of that will cost more in PCU than that. Yeah, I think there needs to be some PCU limit balancing as well between these blocks. Because the PCU requirement for a gigantic 7-meter long thing like that shouldn't be the same as for that tiny one. Do we move the gyroscopes? Do we do something else with them? There's nowhere else I can really put them other than that big gap. There's nowhere I'm moving the bigger ones to. No, there's a hole there. Yeah, because I do want to chop all that out. And what I lose in swapping for smaller gyros, I might make up by taking all of these little blocks out. I reckon there's quite a few in there, and I can go as far as there, all the way up to there if I just swap these for like a little bed of smaller gyros. Yeah, I might swap for smaller gyros. To be honest though, we were... What's the last blueprint of that like? Two, 22796. 229. Oh, so we've cut out nearly 2,000 now. Just from replacing a load of armor blocks. Yeah, I think I'm gonna ditch the large gyros. What's that, Arkaville? Yeah, the PCU doesn't seem to be really balanced or optimised at the moment. Everything of the same type generally costs the same amount regardless of size. Yeah, because like, tiny thruster, 150. Bigger thruster, still 150. Bigger, still 150. And gigantic, still 150 PCU. And yeah, these are 60 each. So every single one of them is costing me 60 PCU. Which is why, when I was looking at it, the first thing I did was cut everything back and try and make all the conveyor lines as minimal as possible. And remove all the redundant systems as much as I could. So yeah, there's definitely some PCU stuff that needs balancing. So, giant gyro, bit much. We'll go with some smaller gyros. We'll have a row of smaller ones, I think. I use the same mounting position for it though. I put that one there. That one there. Or we bung that there. Nope, that still doesn't line up properly. What's the gap? Is it that? Oh, you know what? Why am I trying to line that up to that? I'll remove that. No, they probably actually stick the gyros. Stick some of them. A bit more central to the build, maybe? Yeah, actually, no, I'm just going to put them back where they were. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 either side to replace the great big one. I'm guessing that might be the same. We'll have a look in a minute when I jump back into the control seat. See how that handles. That's how it was before. Right. That's some smaller gyroscopes, which means I should be able to put more armour into there. But you know what, I really need to have a quick bio break and grab another cup of tea, so I will come back to that in a second. I'll leave you all with a lovely view of the ship that we're building at the moment. I'll be back in a few minutes, so don't go anywhere, I'll be back in a second. Right, I am back again. Now, if you do insist on sitting on the back of the chair, you will get thrown around. Just get inside the dressing gown, like you normally do. There you go. I'm gonna stop smegging about on the back of my seat now. Cool, right. Let's get back to what we were doing over here. Right, what were we doing? Oh yeah, we were gonna cut out a bit more of this armour. Reckon I can get that in across here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's 5 blocks up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across. Oh yeah, we can't do it there though, can we? Because the oh no, we can, because we just changed the gyros. Oh, we specifically changed the gyros, so we could do that. We also need to take out one more there, I think. Yeah, so I should now be able to pop that in there. No. Oh, we'll change the colour. There we go. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that'd be 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'd be 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we can probably get quite a few of them in there actually. Let's go. Where's that? That's there. Yeah, right, we'll go with that. Knock all of that out. Then, how many of these can we get across here? Not many. Ooh, that wind outside my window sounds absolutely horrendous. And then, yeah, we won't get another one in there because the back end of it would want to sit inside that thruster. Okay, then we will not copy that section nicely. Oh yeah, what we could do is we could copy that bit. And just do something like that. Interesting. What's happened there? I don't know what's happened there actually. It's fine. Oh, I'm looking at it like an idiot, that's why. Paste that in, paste that in, and then we just fill that last little gap there, back in with some of them. Cool, what's that done for the PCU then? 2,200. Right, so we've ditched almost 9,000 PCU just from replacing a whole bunch of these small armor panels. There is also the... oh yeah, I've replaced all those gyroscopes, so... how do you handle and fly now that I've swapped out your gyroscopes? Absolutely piss poor compared to what you were before. Yeah. Yeah, so that many of those smaller ones does not equate as well to the all those gigantic ones. Might have to add in some more gyroscopes. And I put them all back out again, move them back a bit further. Oh, it's not got a connection point there, that's why. Oh, right, I see. Oh, that's fine, we've got another one in there, so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 with the one that's on the other side. Oh, see you later, tiny cat. I'll put one of them in. Oh, of course, that's just a little bit too small, isn't it? Would have to be just that little bit too small. Or too low. Well, I'll put that in there anyway. I will just connect it up with that so it's got a little bit more bracing underneath all this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Take that out. I might also add just a couple more of them in there, just so it's got a few more connection points. Ooh. Damage here. Why is all of this damaged now? Why is all of this damaged? Where? Ooh, look at all of that. Where has all of that damage come from? Where the heck has all of that come from? That's not my internal thrusters, is it? Damage profile. That might be my internal thrusters. Look at it, it's all there. Yeah, how has all of that happened? It is all up the side of that. Where does that come from? And it's there too as well now. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, there does seem to be a bit of a damage bug, doesn't there? Why has that happened? Yep, look at all of that. All of that's gotten smashed somehow. Why are those blocks randomly white? Ah, it's not that. There's a bunch of blocks. The damage does seem to be on both sides. Because there's damage all over here, and there's damage all over here. There's damage all up here. I think they've changed the damage range on the thrusters, is my suspicion. Possibly. And there's damage there as well. How has all... and there's damage there. How has all of this happened? Ah, look at the state of that. Okay. Why has all that happened? Oh yeah, that's supposed to be white all the way back there. Very curious why all that damage has happened. Yeah, it's all gotten messed up in here again. Look at all of that. That's all a mess. That's all a mess. The blocks immediately around the thrusters are damaged. That is curious. Where have I gone? There I am. Oh, that's too much. I wonder if that is a damage bug or not. Right, that all looks right now. Right, let's go and fix this, all this damage that's happened. Where was it? All round here. All gotten messed up. Is it actually damaged or is it a visual bug? That looks damaged there. But there's not actually any blocks missing or any components missing. Maybe they've got a strange new visual bug happening. Let's go and have a look at that armor damage on the outside. Yeah, because that's all messed up there. But it's not saying there's any components missing. If I take creative mode back off again. No, it seems to be purely visual. Doesn't seem to be actually any serious physical damage or loss of components. Tool can't be off. Back off. Survival creative back on, please. Curious. Again, visually damaged, but not missing any components. What's that, Archiville? Wonder what the thruster damage cone looks like now. Yeah, I'm curious about that too. And whether that's thruster damage doing that. Because yeah, it's all messed up here. Well, that's... The nearest thruster to that is the ions, and that is a really long way away, unless somehow when it's turning. But in there isn't messed up. And that's about as tightly packed. Oh no, there's a block of damage there. What about over here? No, that's all fine. But yeah, this whole edge section here is messed up again. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any actual loss of blocks or components. And it seems to be in very odd places. Yep, there's some more of it there. And there's more of it there. Yeah, because at first I thought it might be the guns shooting the inside of the ship, but there's damage behind the weapons. All of that's gotten mangled. How has all of this gotten mangled? I've not been anywhere near anything that might damage me. I've been flying through open space. I've briefly fired the weapons. Yet I seem to keep taking mystery damage. From somewhere. Is that all of it? Again, nope, I can see more mangled damage here. Nope, that bit's messed up. That bit's messed up. That bit's messed up. Bits of that were seriously messed up. Right, is there any more sneaky damage anywhere? Because I want to blueprint and save this thing. Repaste it in. See if that makes a difference, because I know there was a hotfix today right before I was going to start streaming, so I put the stream back an hour to make sure the hotfix was in place before I started streaming. Oh, there, that bit's mangled still. No damage yet, there's still damage here. Where has all of this random damage come from? Oh, there's more of it there that I can see. Is that just a buggy texture? Because that looks like visually dented, but its reading is alright apparently. Okay. All fixed again, yes. No more wonky damage bits. What was the hotfix for? I'm not sure. I think it was a bunch of like crash fixes and stuff as far as I'm aware. Yeah, and I think it was mostly crash, like crash fix related. Right, I can't see any more random mystery damage. Right, let's blueprint it, paste it back in. I want to blueprint it anyway, because I've been sort of making blueprints of it every so often to track how much I've reduced that PCU usage down. Well, I was saying 220 before. Okay, you're lying to me. Yeah, whatever. So I've managed to get it down 2,000 at least. Well, that was lower before. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, I am going to put you out. And then paste you back in again. And see what that does. And see if that helps at all. Or see if it just crashes the game again. Oh, there we go. But yeah, in that view you can see just how many little tiny blocks are making up huge chunks of that ship. Which is why I wanted to swap a bunch of stuff over to make it a bit easier on the PCU limit. Yeah, 227,000 it's saying at the minute. Right, I paste that back in. The game should catch up eventually. Right, there's no damage on you now, is there? Let's go for... Ooh. Game spiking. Let's go for a little fly around and see if that was the thruster damage doing stuff. We are quite clearly all in a good state. There's no broken bits anywhere that I can see. Oh, there's broken bits right there almost immediately. I absolutely patched that up before. You saw me patch it up. Yeah, there might be some kind of weird damage bug occurring. Because I absolutely patched the whole ship literally moments ago. But again, it doesn't seem to actually be any physical damage, it just seems to be weird armor deformations for seemingly no reason. Very strange. Okay. I want to catch it in the act now. I want to see it randomly getting damaged in front of my eyes, because I'm not convinced that there's anything actually causing that damage. Right, smack it. I'm gonna go for a bit of a fly around. Oh yeah, definitely need to add more gyroscopes to that. That is slow and sluggish now. Without those big ones. Yeah, let's slow down and add a few more gyroscopes. Hydroman keeps messing with it and making dents when I'm not looking. Yeah, I'm getting that feeling, Hobbyman. Hello, by the way, Hobbyman. Yeah, I don't know whether it's actual damage, because there's no components missing, and it seems to be in just kind of random places. So I don't know whether it's a weird thruster damage bug. Hang on. Ow. I have got the debug menu. running so I can mess with things. Is there a thing for thruster damage? I haven't explored all of these options yet. Any of the ones I've already got up? Infinite energy? No. I don't know. There's a way to turn off the thruster damage specifically at the moment. It'd be interesting to see what happens if if thruster damage was disabled, whether that armor deformation keeps happening or not. Yeah, like I said, at first I thought it was my guns shooting stuff from the inside when they were stowed away, which is still entirely possible, but a load of that damage that we've all seen on the stream tonight has seemingly been caused by nothing. Right, so 12 of these little gyros apparently does not equate to 2 of the gigantic ones, which is a bit disappointing. But unfortunately, I can't really cut that out because that's part of the armor plating on the outside. There's a little inset section that I don't want to remove. Can I get more gyros on top of these gyros? Yes, I can. What have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. What is another 3 like in terms of gyro control? And a little bit better. Still not great. How's that lad now? Looking good. Thank you very much, dude. Right, has any other mystery damage cropped up while we've been flying about? Yeah, it looks like more of it has appeared down here. Or is that just the armor texture bugging out? Yeah, I think it's more of a visual bug than anything. Some of those bits of the skin still look like they've got the damaged layer texture on it, but the actual model hasn't changed. Very strange. Yeah, I think I'm going to add a few more gyros to that. Where is the thing? It's that way around. We'll add another 6. We'll have a wall of gyros on the inside. Let's see what that's like. That's about the same as it was now. But we've actually gone up in weight. That's annoying. What's that, hobby man? You play with low mouse sensitivity when you first tried. SE2, your gyros wouldn't turn the ship because the mouse was... the mouse sensitivity was affecting it. be honest, I usually play with quite high mouse settings so that I don't have to move my hand about as much. So yeah, I think it's more to do with the gyro this time round rather than the mouse settings themselves. Well, I've added what's that saying? That's the grid, isn't it? Yeah, because the main grid is 21,000, but the overall thing is 22,000. With all the guns and bit. Yeah. No, just quit. I don't care about saving that yet. Adding those gyros have actually gone up again. Ugh, lame. So swapping out those two giant gyros for a whole bunch of the smaller ones was actually not more cost efficient at all. That's annoying. Okay, what about, have I got the space to get a giant gyro back here instead somewhere? Maybe if I changed up some of those conveyor connections. Yeah, potentially. Well, I'll be very close to some of those conveyors though. Yeah, because that little wall of them is nowhere near as... Yeah, because that's 50 for each of them. That's... Yeah, that's a whole bunch of extra PCU and not enough gyro control in exchange for it. That might fit in that gap if I changed that potentially. If I take that out, I can reroute that. What else is in the way there? That fits in the gap. Oh, right, this stuff might be in the way. Oh crap, I'm not going to be able to reroute that though. Not without moving that thruster. Lame. Oh, hang on. That's saying blue there. Also the wrong way around. Okay, that actually fits into that gap back there, does it? Okay, I can live with that, I suppose. We'll just connect this back up. Might have to attach it in a slightly better way than what it currently is, though. But hey, if it fits, it fits. That means I can ditch them They don't need to be there anymore. Yeah, we're definitely never going to get one of them into that gap. No, not with the way that I've changed those blocks around. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Where's my ship gone? Oh, there we are. There we are. Where am I? I'm there. Yeah, it looks to have copied and pasted properly with the mirror mode. Right, is there a better way or a more secure way we can attach this thing? I would like it to be better attached to the rest of the build. Well, that actually fits and connects up to that, does it? Okay. That's a bit more securely attached there. That's leaning on that. Yeah, that'll do for the minute, I think. Oop. Getting too close to that camera. Nope, not even remotely in line. Put it there. Okay, we'll go back to having two giant gyros then. Just have them tucked all the way back there. That can just be a big empty space again. Now, like I said, the internals of this ship have gone through a few iterations. As it's gone from just creative mode to partially functioning survival to mostly functioning survival stuff. Yeah, that's way more responsive, and I have just ditched almost 100,000 kilos in weight. That was well over 2.1 million before. It was almost at 2.2 million, I think. It's now just under 2.8. 2.08. So yeah, that has made a big difference to that. And we're now down underneath 226, so yeah. Yeah, it's better to have the giant gyros if you've got the room for them at the moment. Because they've got significant, well, for the size, they are far more cost effective on your PCU. Right, what else can we do to ditch some weight and ditch some PCU again. To be honest, I probably could take out all of these walkways in here, but I wanted to have the axe. I wanted to have access to the interior weapons, basically. Or have access to the weapons from inside the ship. Well, I'm sure once this game's had a few more balanced passes, the overall PCU of this ship will end up being drastically different, I imagine. Not any more random damage appear? Ooh. Don't see any more random damage. There's the control button for the guns broken again because I've copied and pasted the grid back in. Yeah, that needs fixing, I think. And that's gone again. Oh, whatever. I don't want to fire the guns at the moment anyway. Let's retract everything. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. That's all the guns away. Let's move that sun back around here where we can see it again. Or where we can see what we're doing again. I'm going to do a little save here. Have I tried any combat? I have tried a bit of combat. Yesterday I was messing around with some stuff. Speaking of combat, survival. You know, I'm just going to leave creative mode on for the moment. You know what? In that case, one, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, in that case, let's go and look for a ship to shoot. That's that open. That's that gun deployed. Oh, it's on a bit of a wonky angle again now. Yeah, that's something I also do want to change. I want to get rid of that rotor. Rotors have a bit of an issue at the moment, where when they are not directly being powered or controlled by something, they can tend to sag a little bit. And what I've noticed is if you get close to a gravity well, even just a little bit, that gravity will start pulling on the rotor head slightly. So yeah, I want to actually change that out and just have it as a fixed turret, because it keeps moving slightly off center when I'm doing stuff. So I hit copy, or I hit copy rather than blueprint, didn't I? Oh, it's probably going to crash the game because it doesn't like having two of the ship in the same save file at the moment because there's not enough room for both. Go on, you know you're going to crash. Yep, there we go. It crashed. Yeah. Other thing to be aware of, if you're building something that is over half the PCU limit, be very careful of pressing the copy and paste buttons. Or at least the copy button. Because if it's anything like the way SE1 processes stuff like that, it needs to have the PCU allocation to be able to even think about putting the blueprint in there. That's why you'll notice in SE1, if you've got projections of stuff everywhere, it will drastically affect your... Oh, there's another update happening apparently. Update Space Engineers 2. Really? I'm in the middle of a stream. There's an update to the earlier update? Oh, it's done. Okay. Was that some tiny other little hotfix? Right, we'll reload that again. Oh, there we go. Good thing I just saved anyway. Right, so... yeah, I'm going to replace that rotor, because... Yeah, rotors they still need a lot of work at the moment. They're not super useful, unless you just want something to spin constantly, like a satellite dish or a set of wheels or something. Or unless you've got like a mounted gyro controlled turret like I did for my preview video. Yeah, when they're not directly being powered or controlled, they have a habit of drooping a little bit. No more random damage? No. Sound. Oh, I need to redeploy the weapons. Let's pop them all back out again then. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 for the front guns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 for the mid guns. 1 and 2 for that door. 3 for that. And the weapons can't be controlled without resetting that control again. That's annoying. Oh well, 'tis still an alpha game, so it is to be expected. Right, yeah, so I want to bin off that rotor. Right, control in B this time, please. 226,960, so that has come down again a little bit. Let's ditch that rotor. Let's ditch that rotor head, and then we will just use that turret pretty much as it is. I'll just No, don't float away. We'll just cut that out for now. I'll paste it back in a second. Is that about the same height as a large rotor? Where's a large rotor? Haven't got rotors on here. What? I'll just plonk a rotor there for a second. Yeah, that's the same height. That's fine. That is fine. So we'll pop that on there. We'll pop that back on there, and we'll just have a fixed top turret for the moment. And that should hold back up to the same size. That's not what I wanted, that. There we go. And we'll just have them on there. Let's just check that that still folds up nicely. Should do. It's the same height. Just want to double check. Number 3, that drops that back down. Number 1 and 2, close the doors. Cool, right, that's alright. Yeah, eventually, when rotors and hinges and things work properly, I'll be able to make a much more interesting weapon to sit in this bay, but for the moment, it's all a bit basic, and all we've really got to play with is these fixed Gatling guns, so that's about as interesting as I can make a retractable turret at the moment. To be honest, the door is more interesting than the turret is. So I've left a little bit of a gap, because at the moment it is a real pain trying to get things to close that gap between subgrids. Some of the collisions are still a little bit slightly bigger than their actual hitbox, than the model. So some places it's really difficult to get those blocks flush. And even if you do, I have to congratulate the sound designers in SE2, because they have made this beautifully horrible screeching sound when you've got subgrids scraping against each other. It's a really horrible noise, and it's quite impressive just how nasty it is. So I've left a gap there, because I don't want the horrible screechy clangy sound. Yeah, if I switch to that, in fact, let's get a little bit lower so we can see both pistons just about. So yeah, we've got both of these pistons on some control. Ooh, that's... hang on. Oh, that's the wrong button. Yeah, that's getting in the way of that now, isn't it? Just ever so slightly. Yeah. Right, that's pulling on that. Okay. So, I need that piston to not extend that far so it doesn't interfere with the greebles. Which piston is that? That is number... Where's piston head? Gatling cover piston C02. I jumped out of the cockpit though, didn't I? Yes, I did. C02. You actually do have limits. I should be able to set that without too much issue. Oh, that's me pressing the buttons on the ship. Yeah. You know what, that's fine. I will leave it with that 25cm gap there. That's fine. Okay. You know what though, just for the sake of making things as symmetrical as I can at the minute though. C01, let's set the minimum distance on that to match. It's still got enough room for that to move up and down anyway. That can move up and down. They can close up again. They can open and then they're not clanging out. Fantastic. Awesome. Right, so that's all of those guns deployed. We need to... get rid of that. That doesn't need to be a thing. Yeah, those spotlights, they seem to have an issue every time. They seem to be forgotten whenever I jump in and out of the save file. It's a bit annoying. That needs resetting as well, doesn't it? The Gatling gun. Put that back on there. Select control again. Oh, there we go. It looks like they forgot the sound update with that hotfix earlier, and they've actually done it now. Because that machine gun sound has changed. But only seems to be coming from one gun at the moment. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Right, well that all seems to be working properly again. I'm going to save. And I'm going to chase this cargo ship. We still can't get rid of HUD signals properly. My big problem with ship combat at the minute is these lovely little radar symbols are usually big enough to completely obscure the ship until you're basically on top of it. And if you turn that off, you can't see your crosshair. So I want to be able to turn the ship signals off and still have my HUD, is what I'd really like. If there is an option for that, please let me know. If this cargo ship's got any guns on it. Soon find out. All the weapons are firing. Yep, it's got guns. And because of that stupid bloody thing, I can't see what I'm shooting at. Well, the weapon sounds have just completely given up. That turret is very hard to hit. We got it yet? Or is it still alive and kicking? Looks like it's still alive and kicking. Yeah, that turret's still alive and kicking. Nope, I'm gonna crash into him. Oh, looks like he's taken out 2 of my guns. Cheeky git. Oh, and he's taken out another one. Yo man, how much damage do those new turrets take? I'm literally sitting still and shooting at it. Is it dead yet? Nope, it's still going. Oop. Yeah, how much damage do those things take before they die? That's insane. Are you dead yet? Wow. Right, so those turrets take a heck of a lot of damage. I lost those 2 guns. Oh, I lost 3 guns. Well, and a few damaged thrusters, but mostly intact. Oh, there's a big hole there. Nice. Yeah, I do think those Gatling turrets take a little bit more little bit too much damage, I think. That's one thing I noticed when I was done a bit of other combat testing, was these things take an awful lot to disable. Ah, that's the top of the ship, is it? Okay, I was looking at it. I thought I was underneath it. Ah, right, yes, that's the top of the ship. It's always hard to tell in space which way is up. Also hard to tell which way is in. Ah, there we go. I haven't really looked at many of these new ships. It's got a bit of uranium and stuff in it. Oh, my game's getting a bit laggy, load spiky. Is that because of all the damage I've done to this ship? Is that why it's lagging out? Or does Space Engineers just need resetting? Well, it shouldn't need resetting, it just crashed and reloaded. Anyway, I'm gonna reload that save to before I did all that damage to my ship, so we can carry on. Now, what's that Archiville? Yeah, that turret was the toughest thing on it. Yeah, like I said, it's just something I noticed while testing out the ship combat, was the new Gatling turrets do seem to be a little bit on the tough side. Especially when you're trying to take down enemy pirate ships. Oh, I think it's that one anyway. I think we're alright. I think it's just loading that one. Yeah, the new Gatling guns, the actual fixed ones, they seem to work pretty well. I'm quite happy with how they work at the moment. Yeah, those turrets seem a little bit like just take a little bit too much damage. But again, alpha game, it's all getting balance passed and all that kind of stuff. Everything's a kind of work in progress at the minute. Okay, so it's not doing too bad on the old combat front. Let's put all those weapons away. That can fold back down. That can fold back up. What's that? Tanky turret type 2. Yeah, I've decided to just swap this over for a fixed turret now, for the moment. Until the rotors are a little bit more usable, at least. Yeah, that Annoyingly, that gun control needs resetting every time you reload the game, apparently. Yeah, to be honest, I don't need that equipped right now. I don't want to accidentally shoot my ship. Let's close them back over. What other things can we update in here? I'm pretty happy with how the cockpit's laid out at the moment. The only real issue is getting up to the back one. It's a bit tight. There's not enough space for you to physically get up those stairs and past that window properly. But you can reach that back seat from there, but you do get kind of thrown out the front of it like that occasionally. I might be able to move that forward a little bit. Yeah, I might have to do that and maybe move that whole section forward a block, or forward like half a block. Yeah, I might do that. Shouldn't be too difficult. I'm just gonna blueprint that again real quick, just so we've got another backup. What do I want to do? What I want to do is yeah, what I want to do is I'm going to get rid of that maybe. Actually, I don't have to do it. I can move it in 25cm increments. I keep forgetting that about SE2. You don't have to think in terms of half meters and things like that. You can think in centimeters. So let's copy that. Oh, let's press the right buttons. Copy that. And that. And all of that. I think that's the right pieces. We'll cut that out. That out. Cut that out. Ditch all of that. That light can go. That set of stairs can go. Oh, of course you're taking the windows with it. Hang on. Let's get out there. Let's see what I've actually ended up copying. Oh, I've taken the windows with it too. I didn't mean to do that. Let's paste that in there. Let's get rid of that nonsense. Didn't actually want that. I'll grab that from there. You know what? I'll do this in spectator mode. It'll probably be a little bit easier. Get rid of mirror mode so I can actually see what I'm doing. So that's where it was sitting. Maybe if I set it there, so it's a bit further forward, and I can maybe put that cover for the front of that bit back in. Although that isn't very far really. But we'll see if it helps with getting that ladder back in. Otherwise I might have just... Oh wait, have I left a half-metre gap? I have left a half-metre gap. That'll be why. You know what, actually, I'm going to bring it all the way up. I want that ladder to be in line with that. And it's not massively important that I covered that up. Hopefully we'll get armour plates eventually, and I can cover it up with something like that instead. Have we got the correct colour? Yes, we have. Really awkward gap size, obviously. Oh, it'd help if I turn that. No, it wouldn't help if I turn that back on because I'll delete things I don't want to delete. Let's just do them individually. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Course it is. Course it's off by 25 centimeters. Do that and we'll fill that in. Yeah, of course you're off by 25 centimeters, why wouldn't you be? Yeah, we'll just fill that in. Like so. It's the only other option really. That can go, that can go, and I'm going to replace them, put them there. And there, I think? Or would it be there and there? Where's that ladder? Is that enough room to get up that ladder? There we go, right, I can actually get up the ladder and onto the same level as that now. That is slightly better. Oh yeah, that gap in the floor needs filling in. Can't even see what's in that gap properly from there. Oh, right. There's a bunch of little detail blocks in there. Did that either side. Yeah, we'll just throw some little tiny cubes in there. Right, so we can actually get up there now. Fantastic. That means I can fill that gap in. Fantastic. Then again, they are 5 PCU each. So let's swap that for one of the new floor panels, I think. Oh, right, I see what I've done in there. You know what, let's put that half panel in there, and let's put the new floor panel in there. I mean, preferably I would like a bit more room to move about back here, but that's about as good as we're getting with that window set up at the moment. I mean, preferably I actually just want a ladder here, because that's what it is in the actual Mamba, is there's just a ladder up to the cockpit rather than a set of stairs, but stairs is all we have at the moment. Maybe a railing. I think there should be a safety railing there. Not really going to be able to go back there anyway. And we can't physically get through if I put that railing there. Is what it is. Well, at least we can get all the way up and into that cockpit. Because technically the rear cockpit is also supposed to be raised up a bit from the front one, but yeah, the old Space Engineers the old Space Engineers issue of you can't get everything perfectly spaced how it should be. Just due to the limitations of the block sizes. Because I did try initially trying to start building this canopy with the smaller windows, but I couldn't find a nice way to shape it and have enough room to get the gigantic cockpit seats in there. Because that's one of the things I'm really hoping we get at some point soon in SE2, is skinnier cockpit seats. Because the only one we've got at the moment is more or less the SE2 version of the standard cockpit that you've got in SE1, and it's quite chunky. I think we could do with something like the small grid cockpit seats as well. No, if we have that light there, we don't really need that one. That will also help with the PCU limits. Light. There's that interior light I just built, isn't it? Yep, it's totally white. Yeah, that could be interior light. Cabin. Yes, that's too much. What we go with just 15? What's that like visually? Ooh, I'm doing weird stuff. Getting thrown at my cockpit in strange ways. Yeah, there we go, that's a little bit softer than the horrendous, brilliant white light. Or we might even go a little bit more. There we go, that's a bit nicer. Yeah, okay, that actually makes the cockpit, the cabin area a little bit more symmetrical now. You got one bed there for one crew member, another bed there for another crew member, and eventually we'll be able to actually sleep in the damn things. And we've got a little bit of internal access down here. We've got a couple of O2H2 generators for breathing when we eventually get air vents and air tightness and stuff like that. But there's also a survival kit up there for refueling your oxygen and health and things, and respawning in case you get killed. A couple of reactors, a couple of big batteries. Yeah, that's the turret gun back there. That's a bit of access to the ship from underneath. That's... So this is one of the things I always think about when I hear the Elite Dangerous community complaining about ship interiors. If you actually start to try and build them in SE2, you will quickly understand what a pain in the arse it would actually be to have ship interiors in Elite Dangerous, because none of it would make any sense. Because in Elite Dangerous, I have multiple copies of this ship, and I have on at least one of them an SRV bay, so a little Land Rover thing, and looking at the space I've got in here, I honestly wouldn't know where the hell that would actually fit if they tried to visually realise the insides of the ships so you could see all that nonsense. I don't know where we'd actually go. Because that's something I'd like to try and do. Maybe when wheels become a thing, is make like a ship with a little SRV deployable rover in it. You know what we actually do need to do before we go and do anything else? We need to get rid of that seat. We don't need that there anymore. Bum 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 bum. Well, you know what? I have probably just about got the room to get a similar button panel set up in here, like it's got over there. Can we copy and paste that? If we do, we'll end up taking the window with it. We can deal with that. We can remove it easily enough. Let's just quickly copy that. You didn't take the window? Oh, you didn't take the window. Fantastic. Oh yeah, that will fit in there. Wonderful. Bum 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 bum. Let's change some stuff. Let's take out that out. Yeah. I know you're loose. Oh, but yeah, then if I put it in like that, there wouldn't be the room to get past it. Yeah. No, that's not gonna work. Ah, damn it, I've just deleted those lights for no reason then. Ah, I'll just put them back again, it's fine. Yeah, we'll just put the lights back again. Let's swap over to that colour though. Yeah, as soon as we don't really have any LCDs or any displays at the moment, thought the best compromise is just some interior lights set to something vaguely similar to the colour scheme that they use for the hoods in Elite Dangerous. So they're both going to be orange, aren't they? I need to put them back the way they were. Well done. They were light number 5, weren't they? Yeah, that's them. Sound. Where's an orange one? There's an orange one. Copy those details. Paste. Paste. There we go. That can be cockpit light. Hang on, which one am I looking at? That is going to be cockpit light R05. That one in front of me is that one. Yep. Cockpit light L05. What other greebles could we put up here, if anything at all? If anything will actually fit without getting too much in the way. Oh, hey Iger, how you doing? Oh, no worries, man. It was a bit of a kind of last minute thing. I was tinkering around with this build. I've been tinkering around with this build for most of the day, to be honest, and I thought, why am I not just streaming it? Oh, hey Digrock, how you doing, man? Yeah, the Mamba's getting there, bit by bit. Yeah, you know what, that'll fit there. Let's pop another couple of them in for some extra greebly loveliness. Yeah, the Mamba's getting there. I've just kind of moved the secondary control seat around a little bit. We've got a little cabin area down here for players to live in. There's a bit of cargo access there with a bunch of stuff in it. Got a couple of lockers. Oh damn, I did have some barrels stored under there. I've accidentally deleted them when I moved the cockpit around a bit. Let's put them back then, because I wanted the Gribbling structural. Where is it? Where are those barrels hiding? Are they in decor? They are in decor. Yeah, I did have a couple of little barrels. Oh yeah, but that's changed obviously, because now that's the access to the bed that way. They'd totally get in the way. I can sneak one right underneath the staircase though, can't I? Yeah, that'll be fine. That's not going to get in anybody's way, really. Have one of them there. Yeah, can't really get away with putting one of them there. Yeah, that'll be fine. Oh, hey Marcus, how are you guys doing? How are you guys all doing today? Right, so, oh yeah, I want to change that bit as well now. So let's get rid of mirror mode. It's off. Thank you. Don't accidentally delete half the ship. Get rid of them. Oh yeah, it's 2x1s, isn't it? Yes, it's that. Oop, not that. That and that. And then where's the pointy bit? There it is. There we go. Blends a little bit nicer. Yeah, so like I was saying to the people that have just joined the stream, I've been messing around with this build on and off pretty much since I got Space Engineers 2. It was one of the first things I started trying to build. Oh yes, actually, I might as well show off some of the bits for it. So we've got a control seat, put a bore detector in there just for the lovely visuals of some spinning stuff. Yeah, if I jump into that and then go into spectator mode, it's a little bit easier to see. So we've got the front of the ship. Help if I put that on. There we go. So we have got open and close controls for that door. But we also have a little loading ramp piston at the moment. There are two pistons tucked in there, but you can only have one connection to a subgrid at a time at the moment, so the other piston is just kind of sitting there, not really doing much until I get a chance to be able to attach them both properly. But yeah, we've got a little sneaky way into the ship there. If I go back into spectator mode, we haven't randomly had any other damage. Oh yeah, you've been playing this a lot recently. Have you had any issues with random damage? Or like not actually visible, like actual physical damage? Like there, again, there. I keep getting weird little armor deformations in places. But there doesn't seem to be any missing components or any actual physical damage. It just seems to be random deformations in places occasionally that don't make a lot of sense. And already on the stream tonight, I have re-welded big chunks of the ship. Like, look there, armor deformations again. In random places. But no actual physical damage. If I go and look at it with my welder, I guarantee there's no actual missing components or any damage. What's that, Dig Rock? That was a really bad bug you were having issues with months ago. So maybe it's a bug regression or something. Because yeah, we've kept finding random damage to my ship all night, and yeah, there's no missing components. There is nothing like that. Even if I turn off the creative mode, it's still not asking me for any parts. It all just seems to be visual until I give it a once over with either the standard welder or the area welder, which I can't use because I've not actually physically got it. I've just been using it in creative mode. But yeah, I keep getting block damage or visual damage, but it doesn't seem to be physical. I've not had any blocks missing yet, like something's been blown out. I've only had just random deformations, which I'm getting a bit annoyed about. Because I keep going to take screenshots of stuff and then go, oh, that bit's damaged, oh, that bit's damaged, oh, that bit's damaged as well. And yeah, you can see, like, where the texture for the damage is, but the surface is all flat. So yeah, bug report, I think. That's gonna need anyway. Anyway, right, so what's that, Dig Rock? There's an issue where if you have a damaged section, then you delete it, then fix the area. There's these weird phantom damage things that happen, and the issue is they spread as you build. That's weird. Very strange. I was hoping it was fixed. No, there's no fixing it from what I experienced. Just had to ditch the grid without having to start over. Oh god, I'm not starting this thing over. I put far too much effort into start this thing over. Oh look, more random armor deformations there again. Yeah, it seems to just keep randomly happening. It's only started today. It's not been a problem up until after today's hotfix. So it might be something to do with that. This grid has taken damage when I've been testing it out, but every time I've tested it out I have restarted the save file or repasted the grid back in from like a fully fixed version. But it's never, as far as I'm aware, it's never been damaged and then re-welded back up. I've built it all in creative mode, mostly with the damage actually switched off. Like, is the damage bug related to previous damage a grid's received or something? Because that would be quite annoying. Yeah, you can see all those bits of texture there where it looks like where they're supposed to be damaged, but that bit's perfectly flat and fine. Oh, that is annoying. God, I hope this build isn't broken. Yeah, so where's my spectator cam back on again? Yeah, so as well as the secret door, well, not really secret door, the actual just main entrance to the ship, I've also been tinkering about with deployable weapons. So we've got front ones, we've got the mid ones, and up here at the back we've got the deployable turret. But annoyingly, speaking of bugs, there is a bug with the Gatling control where it forgets the control settings in between quitting and reloading the game. I have repasted this grid into multiple new worlds. Actually, but not since that bug started happening. So, maybe let's just start a new save file for today, seeing as we just had another big update. So let's put all of those weapons away. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3, 2, and 1. Right, let's fold all that back up. Let's get out of the ship. Let's take another fresh blueprint of it. Oh, in fact, actually, there's a bit of damage on there, isn't there? Or a bit of visual damage that needed welding. Where was it? That bit again. Thing is, it seems to keep happening in the same kind of areas. It all seems to be centered around the red armor around here and around these thrusters here, and occasionally this this dark grey section gets a bit of it as well. But I've not really noticed it anywhere else. It's mostly seems to be confined to the front end of the ship when it does happen. Right, I think that is all back to normal again. You can see where that looks like it should be damaged, but it doesn't appear to be. Right, I'm going to go with that being okay again. We'll blueprint that, and I will start a fresh world. Yeah, all the red armour down the side does seem to be disfigured. But the model itself doesn't actually seem disfigured, it seems flat. Because yeah, you've got all that, you've got all the disfiguration texture, you can see it there when you pull back. Clearly see where that damage is supposed to be. But when I get in close, it is all perfectly flat. No block required, no materials required. It's all nice and lovely. That's just the initial me clicking the button, but yeah, I'm not sure. Like I said, it only seems to have started happening this evening because I waited for the hotfix to come in and then started my stream after that, and then about halfway through the stream I noticed that there was random damage popping up, and initially I thought it was my guns. Then I thought it might have been thruster damage, but it just seems to be randomly occurring now. So we will just start a new game. But I am not starting without my skull face. Suit force, jetpack. Oh, hang on. Wrong way around. That needs to load first, that needs to load second, that needs to load third. Cool, groovy. Yeah, we'll see what pasting this into a new world does, see if that makes any difference, because this bug only seems to have started occurring for me, at least this evening. I've not had an issue with this bug in the past. Alright, let's get out of the safe zone. Ugh, I need to change my suit colour. Ugh, I'm not being blue. Gross. My black suit. I know I can just do it from the debug menu, but I'd rather use the debug menu as little as possible, because it does create a few issues of its own occasionally. Ah, black suit, right, that's much better. I'm not wearing blue. I don't think I've worn blue since I was in primary school. Right, let's get out of this safety bubble, because I can't do much in here.
Suit hydrogen low.
Yeah, I'm about to cheat and put creative mode on, don't worry, suit lady. Right, global creative, cool, we're out of the bubble. That's the most recent one, hopefully it doesn't crash the game. Blue is for plebs like you. I'm a massive goth man, I can't do anything other than black clothes generally. I have to have a black suit. Two things I need to have in Space Engineers, even more than being able to build mechs, is I need a black suit and I need a skull face. I can't deal with not having either of those things. Right. There goes my ship. Let's spawn that. What's that? I turn off destruction when building 2. Never had the issue when building with destructions off. Yeah, I might have to do that as well. It's annoying having to turn that on and off though, because I like being able to test out the actual viability of the weapons, and I always forget to turn that stuff on and off when it comes to chasing a ship down. Right, you have spawned in with no issues, but you've still got that weird armor thing going on there. That's not encouraging. What block is that? Is that the... Ooh. Oh, that's the load spike. No, that's an unknown signal popping in. Yeah, so the ones that look a bit funky are some of the large half blocks that I swapped out this evening. If I put them back in, that texture still just reappears like that, so maybe that is just the texture there, but I'm sure that shouldn't be. That looks like the damage texture. Right, well, I'm only going to be streaming for about another half hour anyway, so I'm just going to turn the damage off for now. Destruction can just go off for the minute. What's that, Dig Rock? Unfortunately, deleting the blocks only spreads the cancer even worse to nearby blocks. It's seriously the worst bug I've ever seen in this franchise. Oh god, is it really that bad? That's tragic. I hope that gets fixed. Well, we'll see what happens with the damage switched off. Yeah, because that is very obviously the damage texture, isn't it? That little damage overlay. What's that? If you ever have a grid that you're building take damage, you immediately revert to a previous save. Yeah, I'm sure. Well, I hope that is a bug that can be fixed, because I am absolutely not restarting this build from scratch. I've been messed about with this for ages. You either made or bumped a bug report on it months ago. Well, I will almost certainly do the same when I'm done with this stream. I will go and have a look and see if either you or someone else has a recent report of it, see what the current state of it is like, and then either add my own thumbs up to it or start another one. What's that? Vanilla SE needs a fix ship command like modded servers have. Yeah, certainly does. Right, well, I've done a lot of tinkering about with this. I've managed to cut a fair bit of weight, and I've managed to cut a fair chunk of PCU out of it, so I'm going to take it down into the atmosphere of the jaw for a little bit and see how it handles atmospheric flight, because when I started making the preview video that I used this ship in, it did not have enough up thrusters, which is why I crammed a whole load of them into there and a bunch of them in the back end there, because it could only just about hold itself up in gravity and in atmosphere. There's a good spot to fly down to. Over there, some trees and some sand. That looks like half decent up. Hey, what's that? You'll see if you can find it and send it to your Discord. Yeah, go for it, man. That'd be sound. I'm quite happy to assist with any pre-existing bug reports rather than just starting another one and muddying the waters. I do like the improvements to the atmospheric effects. Like the clouds and the weather and stuff. It's all quite cool. I wonder what causes that damage bug then. Oh, I think I need to upgrade my computer at some stage relatively soon. All those trees make my graphics card scream. What's that? Oh, hello, David. Can you use the dev menu to spawn in completed blueprints? And I'm sure you can. I mean, I can just spawn in the blueprint for this. I've got it blueprinted multiple times. I haven't fully explored all of these debug controls, because there is a lot of stuff in there. Probably needs a little bit more upthrust maybe, but it's not too bad. A little bit sluggish in atmosphere, but it is a 2 million kilogram ship. Oh, graphics bugging out. Please don't crash on me, game. You're gonna crash again? Just to annoy me? And it crashed. Yeah, that's the third time it's crashed this evening. Fantastic. Yeah, still some stability issues, but then again, I do also need to upgrade my computer a bit, I think. Probably do with a bit more memory. Yeah, because every time they upgrade those planets and make them look prettier, it gets harder and harder for me to exist on the planets. Yeah, I'm on SE2. Finish crashing and closing down so I can restart you. There we go. Right, restarting. There we go. Right, I'll load back in again. So yeah, I should probably mention it again. I'm running a competition on my Discord page, once again, because Keen were nice enough to give me some DLC keys for Space Engineers 2. So if you don't already own it and you're watching, join my Discord. There is a link in the top of the chat. And yeah, once you are in the group and you have been approved and all of that, you can then go and like the competition post and follow the instructions on it. And on Friday, I will be randomly picking 3 winners. So yeah, 3 SE2 Steam keys to give away. Go join my Discord if you want a chance to win one. What's that, Dig Rock? Just sent me the link on Discord. It's over a year old. Well, I will be bumping that up today. There's some bad images in there of it taking out full grids. Ooh, that's horrible. That's no good. Yeah, because I've still visibly got... Is it me or does it look like some of that texture's disappeared a little bit? Looks like there's still some of the damage there, but... I don't know, if I go at that angle, you can clearly still see that texture's there. Yeah, that is a weird little bug. I really do hope that gets fixed. I've started a new file. I can't travel to Chemic yet, can I? Oh, actually, I've got the debug commands. How do I spawn myself at Chemic using the debug commands? Oh, I haven't explored these controls enough yet. Oh, hello, Ferret. Cool ship. Yeah, it does look like Elite. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time messing around with this design, trying to get it the right kind of shape and size. It's slightly bigger than it should be. Well, that's mostly because I've scaled the whole thing off the cockpit, and the smaller windows were a bit too small and the bigger windows were a little bit too big, so I went with the bigger ones so I could actually fit the cockpit sections in here properly. Yeah, we've got a bit of storage. Oh, I'm slightly in gravity, that's why I'm shifting about. Let me get out the gravity well. Gravity well, 0.15, oh, we're still well inside it. You have to basically get to Relation Station to get out of the gravity well. Yeah, I also think it might need a bit more side thrust as well. I'll have to try and squeeze some of that in at some point. But yeah, like I said, I've got like 4 of this ship in my actual Elite save file, so I just took loads and loads of screenshots and tried to model as much of the little details as I could and try and get them the right scale as best I could. Once I've got this one fully nailed down and sorted, I'm thinking of maybe building some other versions with like the ship kit modifications that you can get for the ships in Elite. Because my ships, my Mambas in Elite have all got various combinations of the ship kit parts to make the tail thrusters look cooler, and one of them's got a cool little scoop on the front of the ship between the two sort of nacelle sections. What's that, Dig Rock? Does the ED version have the interior as well, like you added? I've tried to make this as close to the ED interior as I can. It's tricky seeing the interiors of your ship in Elite Dangerous. You can get a few angles inside the cockpit, but from what I can tell, from what I've seen, is the cockpit, this section of the cockpit is more or less laid out like I've got it here, but they have ladders instead of stair sets up. I have no idea what is actually down here, because I don't think that's actually rendered in the game at all. But I do know that the front door is roughly about there on the ship, and I know that the cockpit is roughly about there on the ship, so I kind of just try to make something that connected the two up in a kind of reasonable way, and had the space to put 2 beds and some storage down here. What's that ferret? Most ships in Elite are roughly the size of a large house. You think I scaled it quite well. Cheers, dude. Yeah, that was one of the other things I was saying actually earlier in the stream. This is slightly bigger than it is actually in Elite Dangerous. This is like 100 meters long, and it's only about 70 meters long in Elite. But whilst trying to figure out how to do the interiors, it did occur to me that all the people that complain about not having ship interiors in Elite Dangerous don't really know what they're asking for, because having tried to model the interior in this ship that's slightly larger, it's been an absolute nightmare. So I can imagine that for the game developers of Elite, it would be even more problematic because they didn't build the ships with interiors in mind. That's just something that annoying members of the Elite community like to whinge about, as if it would actually add anything meaningful to the gameplay, which it absolutely would not. All it would do is waste development time and increase the overall processing use of your computer, because it would need to then render all of that nonsense as you're flying about. But yeah, having ladders, Dig Rock, would be very advantageous. The second we get ladders, I'm swapping them out, because that is what they're supposed to be. Might be tricky getting a ladder there, because that's quite close, although we might be able to get the ladder directly onto there, actually. Just climb up that way. Yeah. A cargo ship over there. And we're coming up on 4 hours anyway. So, what I might do... might put the damage back on. Might deploy all of my weapons. Oh, didn't mean to deploy that one so quickly. Yeah, that's an annoying bug. That needs resetting every single time that you load the save back in, if you want to be able to control the turrets from the mouse. Control, save. Number 6. Fire the guns. Cool, okay. We'll save that there, and might go and stalk this ship. And almost immediately after turning damage off, there is randomly damage over that thruster port there, where my down thrusters are. Oh, that damage bug. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Well, whatever. Like I said, it's not actually physically broken anything yet, as far as I can tell. It just seems to be visual. What's that? Ferret Star Citizen takes years on a lot of their ships. I can't imagine the sleepless night working on them. Yeah. It must take a lot to design them. Yeah, I hope we at some stage get the option to turn the HUD signals off properly, because it's either everything off and you can't see your crosshair, or everything on and you can't see your target behind the oversized icon. Yeah, I'm definitely going to ping the devs on Discord. Absolutely. I'll probably just ping them and link them to the sections of the stream where it kept turning up. Yeah, because I'd like to be able to target that ship and see my crosshair at the same time. Because the icon is always bigger than the ship. Until you get within about 500 meters of the damn thing. Oh, well, I was going to say, it's one of those with a turret on top, isn't it? Yeah, I definitely need to get more side thrust. Those big turrets are so chunky. They take so much damage. Yeah. Shoot me to pieces, why don't you? We've stopped anyway, so I'm just going to completely rinse that turret. Oh, I've crashed into it. Couldn't see the end of my own ship. Are you still shooting at me? You are still shooting at me. Where are you? Yeah, those Gatling turrets are massively take way too much damage right now. You've got 4 Gatling guns aimed right at you. You're finally dead. No, I think I just disconnected the block you were attached to. Either way, that is a win. Sort of. Well, I lost those 3 guns again. Always seems to take out those ones first. Oh, what's that? Dig Rock Stonewall's just made a mod which makes the icon hollow and smaller. I might have to go and grab that mod. Because these icons are just so big, they obscure most of the things they're actually indicating a lot of the time. And pressing H to minimise stuff doesn't really help. Like I said, it's either off with the HUD or on with the HUD. Annoyingly. Oh Oh, and the game crashed again when I went to go and check on the map. Okay, so today's hotfix has introduced a whole bunch of annoying bugs. Fine, okay. Well, that is 4 hours anyway, so on that climactic ending, I'm going to leave that there for this evening. Hopefully there's hopefully there's another hotfix by tomorrow, because my plan is to continue with my Space Engineers 2 Project Skull Fortress thing tomorrow. But I'm going to do a fresh restart and make my way back to the Skull Fortress and weld everything up with the new production system is pretty much my plan. So I'll be back with that tomorrow. And then on Friday I am going to announce the winners of the competition. And then on Sunday I'll be back for more Apex Mechs in my SE1 streaming series. Yeah, hopefully SE2 gets some bug fixes between today and tomorrow, because that has crashed 4 times on me this evening. For no apparent reason. But yeah, I will see you all next time. I'll see you all tomorrow if you're all up for it. And yeah, I'll be back later, so cheers guys, cheers for watching, cheers for chatting, and I will see you all next time. Goodbye for now.